we still have some issues. I don't know what I did compared to last time, but for some weird reason the chat will not connect with YouTube, and so I don't see any chat activity. I'll restart the program completely new, and I hope this will solve it. So just a second, I will just stop the stream and restart it in just a few seconds. Still does not work as supposed. Ja, habe jetzt ein halbes Jahr gefühlt gar keine Zeit mehr gehabt. Jetzt habe ich das Problem, dass der Chat mal wieder nicht angezeigt wird und ich keine Ahnung habe, warum. Gestern selbe Einstellung, alles identisch und nichts funktioniert. Herrlich. Also lustigerweise sehe ich, dass der Chat hier ankommt, aber ich sehe keine Anzeige auf OBS. Okay, der kommt jetzt an, aber der andere wieder nicht. Ebenso schönes Neues. Kommt immer noch nicht an. Wie frech. Ah. Ach, es ist immer so herrlich, wenn dann irgendwelche Drittanbietergeschichten benutzt werden und man exakt gar nichts ändert und nichts funktioniert wieder mal. Hm. Sleep, since this is not a long speed run like the other ones, it's actually not a speed run at all. It's a challenge I stream for like 5 to 6 hours and sleep and go to work tomorrow, basically. But first I'd like to get this chat thing working. But again, YouTube is the problem. It just can't find the YouTube chat, and I have no idea why. Like, it's exactly the same as yesterday, and it simply won't work. Okay, remove this one again. Nope, not on the vanilla version of this challenge. I made 615 kilometers yesterday. I hope that I will get to at least 1000 kilometers. But we'll have to see. Okay, you know what? It can't be helped. I mean, at least I see the chat bundled in my overlay, but there's only only the Twitch chat is probably coming through. Yeah. Then it has to work this time without the YouTube chat, I guess. I have no idea why it's again not working as supposed. But then we'll have to do without. That was the wrong one. I wanted to load the last save. And at some point I still had grass here. Oh! Okay, that's new. I changed the settings for the biome generation earlier on, and even in a saved world, now it generates different biomes. That's interesting, because when I was loading the save file earlier and everything was still set on grass biome, there was grass everywhere and no mesa spawning. And well, now we have mixed biomes again. Okay. At the end of the last stream yesterday, we found more than enough gas for this, maybe even for the next session. We have around about 80 liters of gas, 20 liters of oil, and 35-ish liters of water. But our radiator is not in a too bad shape, so we won't need too much water. I mean, in the any percent, I take 20 liters of water with me if I have the second best radiator condition, and it's completely fine. Actually, I already had the idea of doing runs where I have to use a certain vehicle, including using the beta without an engine, so basically beating the game by riding a bicycle, and using no vehicle at all. And on the speedrunning Discord server, we had a stupid idea, because it's just boring and takes a long time, a broom percent. Sit on the broom and fly to the end of the road as fast as possible, and since only walking is slower than using the broom, this will take quite a while. But at least since you're flying, you could just head to one direction on the horizon where the road is generated and just let the game run and do something else in the meantime, because you're in the air. What should happen? The struggle only is to get an angle so you don't head towards the ground slowly. That's rather difficult if you're not using the mod for a spawner menu, because first off, you have to be ridiculously lucky and have a boat, like in vanilla, spawn right on the road, and then you have to wait for an UFO to spawn so you can actually capture it. Or maybe there's a seed available where you already have a ship and then it's really only the waiting game. And I mean, the UFO is forbidden to use in speedrunning for good reason, because it's the fastest vehicle in game. You would beat the any percent in just 5 hours, because it flies with 1,000 kilometers per hour top speed. And you don't have to do anything because it flies over the road automatically. On the other hand, doing a challenge of getting all the vehicles in game and variations of said vehicles and drive them to the end of the road, including a broom and the UFO. This would be a totally, well, if it's a good idea, I don't know, but at least it would take a little bit of time to first get there and then to collect all the vehicles necessary. I don't know if that's possible. The UFO always is faster than the vehicle you're currently using. I don't know if the broom counts as an vehicle. What could work is using the binoculars to jump on the UFO while it's flying by. But then the timing has to be perfect because the UFO is not saved in the save file. So if you save and reload, then it's just gone. But it's interesting that the biomes don't change according to the save file, but according to whatever you set into the main menu. I mean, you can at least shoot at them, but won't do anything. But this would also be a nice addition, in my opinion, to a future update, if there are any future updates actually. If you could actually find some UFO parts and either build one or use parts from them for the car, I don't know. I mean, at least you can fly the UFO, so why don't make it official or something like that? Aquan, Popcorn, don't understand. What's the meaning behind that? Okay, I actually hoped we would drive for a little bit longer in a plain biome, and now it's again hilly. And again, I should maybe also to new viewers explain the rules. Obviously, if I die, I have to reset completely. I'm not allowed to clean the dashboard. So if you crash once, you have blood on the dashboard. If you crash a second time, you die. Cleaning the dashboard will prevent this. Okay, there's no bus spawning. And in all the 5 segments of the road, like in 1000 kilometer segments, I'm allowed to use a sponge once to clean the dashboard. More sponges have to be earned by completing 1000 kilometers. Okay, so technically, actually, if I crash in the first 1000 kilometers, earn my second sponge, and make it without any crashes to 2000 kilometers, I could technically use a sponge twice. But that's what should make this whole thing a little bit more difficult. I already used one sponge, so in the first segment, which was quite funny actually. I started with a ladder. I don't know, but I guess. I mean, I've never played the multiplayer version, so no idea about that, but I think it's just the same generation in total. So why not? Yeah, I've had a Lada in the beginning, changed to a Plymouth like nearly immediately because a completely running Plymouth was spawning in the first building I've seen. I drove this for another 100 kilometers. Yeah, multiplayer is glitched and buggy. And then I found good question. It was this with the big trunk. I have not in my head which number this version has. And I said Plymouth, the Fury is a bit jumpy, so not as stable on the road. Let's switch to the Golf. Maybe, I think. And like 100 meters or I don't know, in with the Golf, I crash into a bunny that spawned right in front of the car and had to use my first sponge. So karma was doing its thing again. Wait, I just look up which one it was. I mean, there are 2 Ladas and one even has 2 versions. Where is it? This one. The 2102. So the long one with the trunk. Yeah, the other one also has a trunk, but the big one. The FPS actually has a reason. Another speedrunner had issues with the car randomly crashing, and the problem was completely solved by just driving or playing with 60 FPS instead of 120 or whatever. And I, in the 80%, always had it on 60 just to don't use up too much hardware capacity. Yeah, it's the 21's 02 I've used in the beginning. And so it's just it's still a decent frame rate, but it won't hurt too much my hardware because I still need hardware to record and to stream to 2 different platforms. And I already said my PC is more on the mediocre side, not on the high-end side. I mean, it still does its job perfectly fine, but yeah. I mean, at least it has some decent space to store stuff and a powerful engine, but the handling really is difficult. I mean, my worst car, in my opinion, purely from the issues I have with it is still the Trabi, because it has a weak engine and you simply cannot upgrade it to a much more powerful engine. You still can put in the Beetle engine, and this one has more power than the Trabi engine, but you still have you still struggle climbing up hills. Yeah, I mean, that's also something I've never understood. The Fury is one of the heaviest, or if you ignore the bus and the trucks, it's a rather heavy car, and it's just jumping around all the time, and all the lighter cars like the Golf they don't jump at all in comparison. Never understood this. And yeah. I mean, I swapped the car mainly because I had a stronger engine. Yeah. I mean, I really wish that there was the possibility to either swap the suspension between cars or even swap the axles between cars. Because the fastest car you can build is a Golf with an V8 engine and bus tires or bus wheels. It goes 340 kilometers per hour. The issue, since it has such a narrow wheelbase, if you steer, you turn over and roll, I don't know, into space. But if you could switch the axles from like the bus or the truck, which are much wider, you had just enough stability to make this actually runnable, basically, for a decent vehicle that won't kill you immediately. And if you also could switch the suspensions between vehicles, this also could, for example, make the Plymouth more stable. Yeah. But I mean, if they turned the game a little more into the direction of, for example, my summer car, where you, like, my summer car is the extreme case where you have basically assembled the car from parts. Basically, everything has to be built, and in the long drive, you only have a few parts that are complete from the beginning. But if you just could add some essential parts, basically, that change the behavior of the vehicle, this would be rather nice. And I mean, the funny thing about the long drive is that you can switch basically any parts you like to whatever car you want. Even if it does not make sense. I mean, you can take a Beetle and put a bus engine in it. And this setup, useless knowledge, by the way. The Beetle can drive with the bus engine, even if it does not have any water cooling capacity. You just have to use no fuel. Sounds weird, but the starter motor of the bus engine has so much power that it can actually drive a small car. And this actually rather fast. But it takes quite a while to get up to speed. And mountain biomes also are an issue. Yeah. I mean, also in real life, I like the aesthetics of the Beetle. Same problem as with the Trabi, you cannot put in a radiator, so you're limited in terms of how much you can do with the car. But actually, I like it. Yeah, one version even starts with white walls, the Cabrio version. And like in a plain grass biome, you have a slightly greater top speed, but of course bigger wheels mean you need a higher torque to accelerate. And in terms of mountain biomes, the engine will have huge problems pulling the car uphill. Yeah. I mean, the Plymouth Fury with bus tires also looks kinda funny. Although, actually, if you're not overdoing it in terms of speed, that's actually one of the few cars that actually are somewhat stable with bus tires because the wheelbase is just enormous on the Plymouth. Though I've tried out the bus wheel V8 Golf strategy lately and tweaked some stuff, and technically you could make this one also for casual playthrough work, but it's still not really fun to drive. Still has the issue with tipping over the whole time. Actually tried this one also out when I was thinking about doing a bicycle challenge. If you use the beta, you have no engine and put bigger wheels on it, it actually also goes not as fast as a motor vehicle, but actually at decent speed. But of course the problem again is going uphill. Okay, we are again in a plain biome. That's nice. And in 15 kilometers we will reach 700 kilometers in. Yeah, to your information, we have to add 115 kilometers to our gauge, so we are a little bit further ahead than you can see right now. At least it's a somewhat good number to calculate in my head. And I don't know right now if we will go up to 1000 kilometers in this stream, but if the biomes keep staying rather flat, then maybe I will also do directly 1000 kilometers in addition to the 615 we already have. Or something in between, I don't know. Thing is, this car can make 1000 kilometers in a little bit more than 5 hours. So this is actually in our time frame for the stream. At least if we don't die or something like that. But if we make 300 kilometers on top now, we at least can clean the dashboard once again. Or if we crash and I find another Golf, I technically could use that one and drive off with a new dashboard again, which technically would be allowed with the rules I said, but I really would not like that actually. This would be quite cheap actually, in my opinion. But we'll see. I mean, right now it's a rather chill drive. Okay, that's a long one. If I start an again along the drive, I don't clean up leaks. Like it's being the side of the tire. Yeah. Whoops. That's really an issue, especially in speedrunning, because people tend to forget to clean up the rims. And of course, if you have completely rusted rims and you have a slight crash, your wheels fall off quite quickly. And if they are cleaned completely, then they won't fall off as easily. I also had to learn this the hard way. And I don't know if this is actually like in the program or not, but wheel caps also should fall off before the whole wheel falls off. But yesterday I had a crash with the Plymouth and both rear wheels fell off and the wheel caps still were on. So I don't know. And the best thing was both rims were completely clean. It was just like, I don't know, a higher chance that the wheel cap will fall off instead of the wheel. I don't know. Engine damage to cars more. Yeah. This also was a question, was it on Reddit or was it in a stream? I don't know. How you can clean engines, because some engines really look dirty and rusty and you simply cannot. But this really would be a nice addition. I mean, the mod package I had half a year ago, if you drive off-road, your wheels actually get dirty again. And it drove me crazy. I thought I forgot to clean my tires the whole time, and no, the issue was I was off-roading the whole time. Hello, how you doing? But yeah, if there were some mechanics to clean the engine and get more performance out of it, or even better, some way to get the radiator fixed. This would be nice. And I mean, there are mechanics to reduce engine performance. I mean, just put water, oil, alcohol, whatever in your fuel, and your efficiency will go down eventually. So there would be actually an easy way to translate engine damage or quality to performance. Well, I'm a little bit tired, but well, I'm always tired. I did a stream yesterday till 1 a.m. or something like that, where we did the first 615 kilometers. And now I hope I will do at least 1000 kilometers without dying. And if we do this rather fast, oh, I need to eat something, then I will just go on and maybe we do 1000 in this stream, like in addition to the 615 kilometers. And if we reach 1000 kilometers, I'm allowed again to use a sponge once to clean my dashboard. Oh god, I forgot that heat haze is a thing, and it makes it more difficult to see the stones on the road. So not only a performance issue why I have this turned off in the speedrunning streams, but also because it makes the visibility so bad. But it's actually good to know that if you start with only one biome and just change it in the main menu and load the game again, that it really switches to mixed biomes again. In the end of the stream, I really have to try out if I even can switch back to, I don't know, snow biome or whatever, depending where we are. Okay, now we have 715 in total. Wait, that means on the odometer of this car we have to make it to 858 till I can use a sponge again. And this can actually happen rather fast if the biomes are not too bad, or the terrain generation. Whoops. I mean, if I just can keep driving at 200 kilometers an hour, we're basically there in 1.5 hours. Plus minus. Well, then actually I really could head on and make more than just 1,000 kilometers full today. I mean, this would be a rather short story if I just drive 400-ish kilometers in 2 hours and call it a day. Okay. By the way, how you are all doing? How was your Sunday? I slept for half of my Sunday. And I'm still tired. In real life, well, when I'm driving, I drive in manual. The issue is I don't drive regularly. We have a quite nice tram and bus system in town, so there's no need, at least in the city, to get from point A to B. and so I don't need a car most of the time. But when I was driving a car more regularly, it was always a manual. And I also played with the idea of driving manual in game for an extremely wonky strategy I was working on to get even more speed out of the car, which had much more risks, but they could be at least tamed somewhat by driving for most of the time in a lower gear. But it was too much for me to shift the whole time and use the clutch and stuff like this. I was just wondering, manual clutch in this game. I was just trying out keys because I remember I had some keys bound to, oh no, that's just grass. I thought this was a rock. To a clutch, because there's still the speedrunning configuration in my keyboard. So I can, for example, switch my left hand with the right hand and use, instead of WASD, the key, arrow keys, and stuff like this. And I also have configured my keyboard and my mouse, which also has some extra buttons, to drive with manual transmission. But at least for the 80%, it's a little bit much. You have to control for I don't know how many hours. So I'm not too much of a fan for it. But I had another idea I was working on. This could maybe resolve the issue of too much power in the cars without having an even more complicated control. And also I had an idea of driving the, what's it called, this truck where you can put another car on it, a car trailer, and it has a huge wheelbase, and if you put bus tires on it, but you have to use 6 wheels in total, and then the V8 engine, you have a lot of speed, but it cannot tip over too much. Might not be a good strategy for speedrunning, since this version does not spawn in the beginning, and you have to collect 6 big wheels plus the V8 engine to make it run. And you have to change the radiator, because you will never spawn with the radiator in best condition possible. Maybe with the other version of this small truck. Yeah, but in this game I'm not a huge fan of the motorcycles. I mean, if they would behave more like motorcycles and not like two-wheeled cars tipping over the whole time, they might be a good addition in total. But I don't know. They tip over way too fast, in my opinion. And if they are completely like if you have a lot of stuff attached to them, then you, especially the Pannonia, you cannot simply hold it up and bring it in a good position again. I mean, if you could modify them and still have them drive, whoops, and have them still drive rather normally, then they could actually be quite fun. But when I switched the wheels or the engine and stuff like this, they had a tendency to become extremely unstable. Not in a sense of, well, getting unstable like the cars would, but you couldn't even drive a straight line, even slowly, because the center of mass was bad, and you had no possibility to change this, basically. So in the original version, they might be funny in the beginning, but in the long run, especially when you modify them, they just get weird, in my opinion. But at least they are fitting in the setting. For example, in the beta version, where you have also a Lamborghini that will not spawn, but you can get it via the cheat menu. That simply does not fit the theme of the game at all, in my opinion. It might give you more possibility to build some extremely fast or weird cars, but it just doesn't hit the theme as all the other cars. And I mean, the developer could add some sport cars that actually are like from the 70s, 80s or something like that. So they are more, I don't know, in tune to the theme or something like that. But a modern sports car, I don't know. But this car's not even completed. Basically just a model for it, some wheels and engine. But most of the details don't work right now. I don't know. I mean, if you had a small chance that somewhere old Porsche, for example, would spawn, like a really old one, I could understand this because it just fits to the age. But yeah, not something too modern. And wasn't the first Porsche anyway just a weird variation of the Beetle? Didn't they use the same engine and frame? Or chassis or whatever, I don't know. I'm not a mechanic, I don't know which term describes what. Or in car for purely off-roading stuff also would be nice. Yeah, this also could fit. I mean, there are also some older classic Japanese cars. Yeah, this would also fit the theme. I mean, in the beginning it was all about like Eastern European cars and stuff like that, and even the Plymouth, which age-wise fits the theme, was a little bit criticized because an American car in a game where you have mostly Eastern European cars feels kinda off, but in my opinion, especially if you look at how the terrain is generated with these mesas, which more resemble, I don't know, desert in Utah or something like that, it actually fits. So why not Japanese cars from the time? They have to eat something again soon. There are no rocks on the road. Okay. Oh, that's a diner. But right now we don't need anything from the diner. This also could fit quite well. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if it's the car I have in mind, but I think I have the right in mind. I mean, any old car could fit. Or maybe any car that has some, I don't know, older appearance to it. Okay, maybe not too old if you drive with an extremely old Bentley through the desert. This also would be a little bit, I don't know, weird. But first off, we have to hope that there actually will be an update again for this game. I mean, we're waiting since, what was it? September or November 2024, I think. You got a few betas, but no actual update. And the most funny part, the developer wanted to overhaul the whole terrain generation stuff, and I don't know, it feels a little bit more weird in the beta version than in the current release version. I mean, of course it's a beta version, but still. Okay, we are quite close to 800 kilometers. But if we make it to 1000 without a crash, then doing this challenge should be not too much of a problem. And if you beat the challenge, like in the first go or something like that, we can continue with the modded version, where of course I first of all have to reinstall all the mods. And of course remember which mods I had installed to begin with. Can we, by the way, which session is this now? Is this? We'll find out. We'll find out soon. Those sessions don't have the biggest loops. Yeah. I mean, in reality, you don't even have to be that fast to get serious injuries in a crash. But like, compared to what you can do in this game without getting any injuries, or in this case blood on the dashboard, it's really a little bit wild. By the way, now since a little bit time, no, still doesn't work. I just wanted to have a look whether or not the chat or the stream on YouTube is now finally detected, but nope. So no YouTube chat in the chat box, only Twitch chat. Oh, garage. Every time I drive past one of these, I don't know. I'm craving the V8 engine, but I know that's not the right thing to do in this challenge. I mean, even in the any percent, this is not necessarily the best idea. So in the 1000 km/h, this is actually not a bad idea. That's actually currently the only record that still uses the V8, if I'm correct. Every other record uses the standard engine. And I mean, with some good reasoning. Having to drive rather slowly and more stable for especially a long time pays off eventually. You mean removing the car seats? I mean, you can do this at least in... Was in the big Lada, in the big Trabant, and in the bus? Like not a big bus, but this smaller one. I've forgotten how it's called. mean, especially in a more compact car like the Golf. Wait, no, I think you couldn't do it in the Golf. Just to get enough space to put another barrel, or maybe in a more reachable position the spare tires or wheels. This would be nice. Wouldn't make too much sense in the Beetle, I think. I mean, there is some space behind the rear seat where you can put stuff. But since the trunk is in front of the car, not in the rear, you wouldn't get too much of an extension there. But I really was wondering why you cannot do this in the bus, because it's basically actually destined, if you think about it, to become more like a giant camper. Hmm. I mean, one thing I also don't understand, you have a car transporter that's a little bit buggy, I would say. And you cannot take like a Plymouth with you because the wheelbase is too large. And since the game, I don't know, I think it calculates whether or not the wheels are on this platform or not. It will just glitch out and you can do anything. Why can't you adjust this, or why is there no version from the big truck to take cars with you? Yeah. I mean, imagine you could make a nice camper out of the bus. Like this thing in this trailer. I thought it was a truck at first glance. Is there actually a real version of the camper version? I mean, the flatbed and the tanker version, okay, makes sense, but the other one, do those even exist in real life? I hate bunnies. But is the first one actually spawning in a long time? Oh, and we are over 800 kilometers in. Ah, okay. I mean, I think all the cars are based on real life cars. But I never knew about this one in particular. I have to concentrate a little bit. It's all a bit jumpy and rough here on this road. I hope it goes like the street goes right past Goes over there and not over the hill in front of us. I mean, technically I don't even need the binoculars anymore. I have them in the first inventory slot and I use them in the beginning to spot some buildings, but since we now only depend on, well, food, water, and oil and fuel from boats, and since we are running quite efficient, we don't need too much of this. And I don't plan to off-road because it's just too dangerous. We don't actually need help. Okay, 815 coming in. Yeah, exactly. Especially since I don't have the graphic option set for speedrunning, but for, well, looking actually nice this time. Well, as nice as this game can go. So there's a little bit of an offset between the game thinking about generating a rock and actually spawning it, and so they will be generated right in front of the radiator, basically. This was the same issue as in the first any percent, though I had grass turned off in this try, but here I think all the nice graphic options are set to on except the debris. I've reduced them, not for performance, but I had it in a haunted mansion when I broke a box full of sausages, and there were just pieces of wood lying around everywhere and I couldn't find the sausages. Then I turned debris off and they didn't spawn because they were already generated. So in the end, didn't do too much. And it's really tricky with this grass spawning on the road because sometimes there's a rock on the same position or slightly behind this grass, and then the grass disappears and there's a rock and I'm like, well, shit. I mean, it's also buggy, well, like most vehicles are. But it has some potential to go really fast actually with the V8 engine and some bus tires, since it is not prone to tip over as easily as the other cars. You use the regular tires. I mean, of course, you cannot drive in a quite small arch because Its turnover radius is quite large with this wheelbase. Oops. Okay, it was close. But if you have this in mind, then it's a little bit wonky. I mean, I only tested it out for speedrunning purposes, how fast you can get it actually while still managing like basically have a stable way to steer and stuff like this. And for that purpose, it performed rather well. Maybe not as good as other options. But the problem again was getting the car carrier plus the necessary parts. Making this an not so good strategy actually. Oops. Just have to check something. I've seen this work. Do you guys actually have audio from the game? Because in OBS I don't see any. Wait a second. Now there should be some audio actually. Okay. Yesterday anything worked perfectly and now nothing worked for the issue here. Having some reliable streaming software would be nice. Oh yeah, that's actually a little bit of a downside from the caddy. I mean, you have plenty of space, but still the option would be nice. I mean, I'm not too much of a fan from trailers, since, well, I like to drive fast. Trailers reduce stability rather fast, so don't like to use them. But for, I don't know, for a more looting-oriented playstyle, this would be a nice option. Because you could start off, if you have this as a starter car, with a huge capacity and even get more capacity. What? Okay, that's weird. Because it already has the weakest engine and then even put more load to it. I mean, okay, on the other hand, you won't drive as fast, so you won't have any issues with stability, or not as much as if you drive a Plymouth plus a trailer. Or a truck with a trailer. This also has gotten rather out of hand fast in my experience. Okay, I should not drive too fast. I'm losing FPS right now. Don't know why. And I still have to do some kilometers before I can clean my dashboard again. And I really would like to have to clean my dashboard rather later than sooner. But we're still making some nice progress all in all. This one, stream, whatever. It's not a speed run. And by the way, I've checked if I can change the settings so it's not there, so I don't have this extremely bright sky. I was unsuccessful. I mean, maybe it's also a combination of many things that contribute to this bright sky, but yeah. I've tried out a few things and it was all the time still bright. Now that we are slow. Wait a second. I have to concentrate. I'm reading the message soon. Cast. Wait, what? You mean you had 4 games basically, or like save files in parallel with different maps and different cars and stuff like this, or? Because some guys from the speedrunning community thought that the game gets more glitchy or no, laggy if you have too much save files piled up, but in a good 80% I make a lot of save files and I never had this issue actually. I have the issue that after a certain amount of distance the save files blow up and it takes minutes to load them, but in terms of performance I had actually no issues. Oops. Oops. Having a Trabant, Barca, Skoda and... okay. But all in different save files. Did I understand this right? Oh god, this reminds me to my first... oh, okay. But this all reminds me of my first playthrough where I went with an a dark blue Lada with a completely rusty radiator, and I had no idea that the rusty radiator had an influence on the car. And it was not a mountainous seat, but quite hilly. I found a trailer, took it with me, and the car overheated permanently, basically. And I didn't understand why. And later on I found a chassis from a Plymouth, and I used that one with the same radiator, and then there was even more weight for the engine to pull, and it overheated immediately, and it drove me crazy. And then I left the trailer behind, and on the next stop I think I found another car and took the radiator out from that car, and then everything went much more smooth. Okay. I'm driving a red Golf. Always. Oh god. Basically the running gag. Okay, now we really have a mountain. Yeah, I mean, in my first any percent I had a red caddy, and in most records I made, except for the previous world record for 100 km/h and the current 100 km/h, I think it always was a red Golf I was driving. So I don't know about the 1000 km/h. I did a new one after the last any percent. This also might have not been a red Golf, but from the previous one it was most of the time a red Golf. And since it's most of the time a red Golf, I kept the running gag by just spraying this Golf red again, since I anyway had a can of spray paint in a reddish color, and I think when I found it was more yellowish or something like that. And then I thought to myself, let's make it red. Let's keep it traditional. Don't go on the road. Oh yeah. Either this one or going in like a serpentine uphill. But it's really annoying. And I mean, we have, I don't know, what's the steepest road in real life? For some reason I was thinking on San Francisco, because there you have some steep roads, but it's not quite realistic to build a road up a mountain if there are some alternative paths around it. On the other hand, in the earlier versions, the street didn't even, I think, change altitude. It just cut right through the terrain. At least I think it's the case in the winter version. I also had a few streams about. And I think that's also a challenge that's still open, to beat the game in the winter version. Like, just beating, not or did I have an hardcore challenge on it? I don't know. I have the recording somewhere, but I never loaded it up. But maybe I should have. How long does it take to get up? Oh dear. Doesn't look like a fast future. But it's really annoying, especially if you like the more, I don't know, weaker cars, let's call them that way, like the Trabant or something like that, that you cannot even go over the first hill you encounter because the engine is just too weak. But it would be interesting if there was a terrain generation that also made tunnels and bridges if there were any bodies of water, or like ravines or something like that. Canyons, whatever. Actually, canyons would fit quite nice. I mean, the geology would be fitting, so why not? It's actually not too bad from the terrain. I mean, it's not a plain again, but at least not one mountain and then another steep mountain. It does not look too bad. And we have only 30 kilometers left, for 900 kilometers in total. That's getting way too wobbly, way too fast. Oh god, this also was the guy I raced to the any percent last year. I looked up his stream once, just whether or not he had a different strategy or whatever, and he once said, how am I going so fast downhill? The trick is not to go fast downhill, actually. Using the handbrake and turning off the engine, for example, to conserve fuel, and then going downhill is actually not too wild. I also had this problem with a zombie when I was driving with an, I think it was a tanker version with a big truck. And he chased me because I had no weapons. And he some kind of moved between the driver cab and the big fuel tank and got stuck. But at the same time also got stuck to the building where I was parking, and the car was driving completely fine, there were no glitches and nothing. But the zombie was just stretched and stretched and stretched longer and longer. He was permanently annoying me by saying so, what are they normally saying? I'm just trying to be your friend. Stop running and stuff like this behind my driver's seat, while his body got elongated more and more over thousands of kilometers in the end, and his talking got quite annoying at some point of time, and I found a new truck and I just switched. This was, I think, the first playthrough I had a decent... Yeah, I think it was the one where I got the furthest before the any percent, because I never saw the end of the road for the first any percent, to be honest. But since I knew from the speedrunning community that the road has an end, I was quite sure that I don't have to drive, I don't know, for weeks and weeks. And I remember years ago I saw a playthrough on YouTube where someone was driving to the end of the road in a quite early version, and it was segmented into many videos, and it took quite a while. First of all, because the game back then was quite glitchy, and second, you hadn't any fast cars and way more problems with finding fuel, because there were no boats and something like that. Is it me or is the whole car shaking? Oh no, it's the clouds again. 1 second. Yeah, I also was wondering about that one, because in the beginning of this try, there was a bunny chasing me in my starting house, which is ridiculous by its own. But later on, when I drove already for a few hundred kilometers, I had a stop and it just ran into my car, and thankfully my car did not fly off into space and the rabbit died immediately, but yeah, they are also extremely bugged. I still don't understand why the developer actually had the idea to put bunnies in this game. I mean, if he just sticks to the zombies, this would be also totally fine. Similar like Driving Beyond the Horizon does things. There you also have a chance that some zombies spawn on the road and annoy you, and at least there you can run them over. Wouldn't try this in the long drive. Either they will glitch in your vehicle or your vehicle will get wrecked. Both not a good outcome. Right, one good question. Okay, I have a sponge. It'd be rather stupid if I make the 1000 kilometers and don't even have a sponge I could hypothetically use if I had a crash. Oh god, it's going uphill again. Well, at least we only have to do a little more than 100 kilometers to get to 1000 kilometers, and then I will probably not drive any more dangerous than I'm doing anyway, but yeah, at least 20% of the whole way done.
So this guy confused the Hungarian sausage with the Italian one, but I'm asking you, why is that such a big problem? I mean, give the guy a break. How should he distinguish all these idiotic European countries from one another, especially now that they not even exist? I mean, can you tell me where Spain or Germany is? Of course you can. Everything is
This is
all
not a
over the
snowball.
place, man. The
No.
countries, the cars, hell, even
Is it? No.
the remaining people, that is.
The soil looks so bright. I thought this might be a snow biome again.
Giuseppe, yeah. I think it's a cool name and he's a cool survivor. He puts in the effort. He really tried. Almost died.
Huh? No, it's going up or down? No, it's going down. Okay.
I don't care what I eat. I just want to keep a full rocking stomach. And I want to hear rocking music. Hear
that? Sorry, I read it when I'm down this hill. I really have to concentrate in such segments. Or at least when I have a straight path in front of me, then I can that gotta do snowboarding can be good if you're out of, I mean, desert biome also is quite nice because the cacti actually contain a little bit of water. I don't know if you can put snow in the radiator or even if you can collect snow or something like that. Never tried it. I mean, I always like to drive in a grassland biome. First I thought the probability of having plains is higher in a grassland biome. It's not. The terrain generation is always the same, it's just other textures and stuff. But one reason also was that there are no cacti spawning. So if I have to drive off-road, or if I even take short paths and stuff like this, then I won't have to mind cacti since there are none. The other 90% speedrunner, I think he was in Teaser Ball, does the same trick, but he prefers to drive in snow biomes because he can see stones better against the white background. But also he drives in third person most of the time and I prefer first person. And while he was off-roading quite a lot, I prefer to stay on the road. And since the road has it does not have the same texture depending on biome, but it still has quite a lot of contrast between itself and the zone, so kilometers to 900.
This is FM 94.1 Steel Bands Radio. And we have a caller. It has been a while since someone called us. And why should you call us? Well, just to tell you are alive, of course. We are happy if we hear that someone is alive. Good day to you, sir. How are you?
Yeah, my name is Ben, and I would like to ask where my mother is, because she left to
and 900 kilometers. Yep.
Yeah, I heard about that shit, my son. Lots of people from Europe left their fucking idiotic cars here. My mom said there is no Europe. There is no USA, there is just one big
I think if you play the game and, I don't know, if you don't have access to internet or don't know where to look it up, it can be kinda, I don't know, tricky to get behind the fact that there are, how many? 4 engines that need oil in the gas mixture. Yeah. I mean, if you have an idea about cars and you see a Trabi or a moped, then you would immediately think maybe they need 2-stroke mixture, but if you're just playing casually some car game and have no idea about different car types and stuff, don't. I said no. Get up again. Yeah. Without this knowledge and you have no way of getting the information in-game otherwise, then the radio station actually is not... I can't eat. It's not a bad idea actually. And I mean, if you are driving for the first time, you either have a 2-stroke car or vehicle in general that has a little bit of fuel in the tank already, and then you know, okay, I have to mix it up a little bit. Or you have a vehicle that needs pure fuel, and then you may already have listened to a radio station talking about 2-stroke engines. You just have to get rid of some stuff. Yeah. And then maybe it's more obvious what you have to do. Okay, we are full again. Or empty, or both at the same time, I guess. But in my opinion, it would be nice if there was some kind of manual in the starting building. Not necessarily for every car, but like the basics that you have to cool some engines down with a radiator, some air-cooled you don't have to cool. That there are different fuel mixtures and stuff like this. Just like, I don't know, a small book in the garage. So you have the basic informations. Yeah, that's also, what was it? Nope, not this one. Just let the sword float around in the air. But I mean, that's the funny part about the game, it makes no sense at all. But in my opinion, the thing they have to add in the next update, we need to have Mom's place. We need to have a house at the end of the road where Mom lives. So we finally can really Get our mission done to visit mom. It's also like the running gag in every speedrun I do that goes over the whole length of the road. We want to visit mom, in the end mom's not there. And the last 2 times, which were actually the only times I made it to the end, it resulted in death. Or something like that, like some, not necessarily end to the game, but an, I don't know, quote unquote, end to the visiting mother arc, I'd like to call it. I mean, it also would be interesting to have the possibility to actually hunt the rabbits and use them as a food source, I don't know. But it's also not possible in the current version. Or in my opinion, it would be great if you had, like in the Christmas version, maybe rabbits in a grass biome. Maybe, I don't know, zombies in the desert and the mutated snowman in the snow biome. Just to have some variety, some change. Yeah, but if you cook flesh, then it's sterile again, so... I mean, if they don't have any toxins inside that don't boil down, or, I don't know, they are radioactive and stuff like this. I mean, not that food is a problem in the current version, you find actually quite a lot of food for an apocalyptic scenario. But there's so many points where you could add stuff that would actually make the game even more fun to play, in my opinion. Like, have a little bit of a focus on survival in an update, or on terrain generation, enemies, and so on. Oh, that's a long one again. Should be an option where you can cook rabbits. It's actually not a bad idea. I mean, that's rather realistic, actually. I mean, there are stoves in-game, but this idea is so funny, it fits the theme again, kinda. And plot twist, that's actually in the game and no one tried it out and no one knows about it. This would be so funny. But I doubt it. But here again, some useless knowledge. You can spray paint the rabbits as well as the poop. Completely unnecessary, but it works. Okay, 75 kilometers and I can wash my dashboard if necessary again. And since we have now a more flattish biome, this should be no issue right now, at least. I mean, you also can spray paint rabbits in real life, but let's just say that's not a mechanic that's appreciated that much. Oh god, I just have to imagine this. But no, really, you know the Long Dark? Like a crossover between this and the Long Drive? Like in that scenario it's more of a winter setting, but you also can have a winter setting in here. Where you really have to keep in mind body temperature, resources you have, food, fuel and stuff. Okay, I will not ask questions, but I can imagine stuff. And it's not a beautiful imagination, to be honest. But yeah, if you had more focus on some kind of a survival mode, where you really have to gather resources, create resources, like food or clothes or something like this. Traumatized? Nah. I'm conditioned to worse, so... But I really could imagine something like that, like still mainly focus on driving from point A to point B, but also this much bigger survival aspect behind it. And of course then the distances between buildings and so on could be spread out further. And now I just imagine, I don't know, you run out of fuel, you're in a desert, or maybe in I don't know, some more woodland area if it's a winter setting, and you have find out how to, I don't know, make alcohol from plant matter and distill it to basically a high percentage alcohol to use as fuel, or as a replacement at least. Something like that. So not only fighting the road and some enemies, but also like nature itself to survive. And I mean, since it's a post-apocalyptic scenario anyways.
Hello everyone, it's me, Shane, and it is a shame we have no callers now, but hey, that said, there aren't many people on the earth left, so, you know...
By the way, what's
there aren't many people who have phones.
the long drive programmed on anyway?
Please call us or write us a letter. Somehow the
Does it run on a bigger or more common engine?
Anyways, what is with today's rock music? Back then, rockers were harder. They had bigger beards, bigger mustaches.
Okay.
Now they seem to be getting softer. Maybe as the size
Because
of their
maybe
head shrinks. So
if I had time for anything actually.
I don't know, man. I was very bad at biology.
Maybe there would be a possibility to actually write a mod for some more survival aspects or something like that. Yeah. Problem is I have absolutely, okay, not absolutely no idea about programming. I mean, in the lab I used to program in Python, but those programs were most of the time simulations, stuff for statistics, data work basically, for measurements, but nothing like, I don't know, programming an actual program or a game or something like that. Yeah, I also hate hills. But there are also some... Yeah. But there also are some glitched seeds that have some advantages. There's a couple of seeds where you have a lot of rocks, but they are oriented in a regular pattern, so technically you can drive in a straight line through all of them, or in between all of them, and have no crashes at all. If you now also knew where the road ends, you just had to keep driving in one direction and then maybe correct a little bit here and there. But since that's not clear in the beginning, you only know you have to drive westwards, I think it was. Yeah, we are driving towards the setting sun westwards then. We have no other point or direction where the end of the road is, so yeah. Not too useful actually. Except when the pattern is aligned from east to west or north to south, then we at least could head perfectly westwards and just had to remember how often we cross the road, and after a certain amount of kilometers we just had to head north or southwards to hit the road again. But on the other hand, but I don't know if this was a mod issue, another streamer went so far off-road that the road didn't generate again. And if the road doesn't generate again, then you cannot find an end because there's no road anymore. So then you basically have softlocked your run, kind of. Whoops. Yeah, it's especially annoying since you drive westwards. You have to struggle sometimes that you are perfectly heading towards the setting sun and you just don't see anything. And if it were a little longer, then of course you also had to maybe get the Hunger first cycle into a same, I don't know, rhythm. Maybe this will make it too easy in terms of food and water. I don't know. I can have to look out a little bit because of the grass. Not that I drive into a rock that's on the side of the road. This would be an epic fail. I'm just 40 kilometers short of 1000 kilometers and boom, crash. I have to clear the dashboard again soon and then I have to struggle for the next 1000 kilometers again because I'm not allowed to wash my dashboard.
It's the best of beers, the badass beer, the most strongest beer ever. It has almost 7% alcohol in it, so it is pretty strong. I drink it all the time. Let me tell you guys, I'm drinking it while I play a song for you guys here. I am drinking it while on the toilet. I drink it in the car. I'm drinking it when I'm near or far. I am drinking
But I
it
really
while
hope that we don't have
well, you know, my wife argues with
too
me.
much of mountains in the next,
It is just the best.
I don't know,
Just so
hopefully
you know,
forever.
this is not a paid commercial. I really, really like this beer. This is why I said all of this. Okay, now, next next song coming up.
I also had in mind doing a modded any percent. Oh, again a longer message. One time I started a new game and a long drive. Yeah. It's actually kind of the same how the death percent got reduced to, well, near 0 seconds. You have to have a seed where a walk spawns exactly at your starting position and the player just dies. Meaning you, I don't know, you die in the first frame, so in, I don't know how many milliseconds it was, I think it was 0.006 seconds or something like that. You're dead and it's as fast as it can go. So no one's gonna beat the death percent. There will only maybe be some people having the same time, but that's as fast as it can get. And I had a struggle in the first any percent that I was off-roading with 200 kilometers per hour, and especially later on the terrain generates rather slow, meaning that there was a chance to have a giant rock just spawn exactly at your position and your car gets swollen whole by the rock. And you won't get it out of there. I tried many times. In some cases, when your car's only partially inside the rock, you can wave load and the rock will generate in the first few seconds, but you still have a little bit of time to drive in reverse, for example, and get the car out. And then you can save load maybe again and do it again to get eventually out of the rock. But in any case it will take a lot of time and maybe even a load from an older file is necessary to continue. Depending on when you saved the last time, this can, well, eat a lot of time. Like in the last any percent, I was driving downhill and I had one crash with a clean dashboard. One crash was enough and instant dead. And this took about 30 minutes of progress, I think. So not only 30 minutes of time I had to drive back, but I already did drive this part, so it somewhat was even worse.
Our next song will be hot, just like the weather outside. So open your ears and your soul, but close your eyes because, well, you know, the sand out there gets into everywhere, even in your steel pants. Hit it, George. Of course, I am the only one.
And even worse is it if you are off-roading, get back to the road and drive in the wrong direction, and you do it for a quite long time, but you also have no save file that was created recently, then you have to drive the whole thing 3 times in the direction you wanted to go, back to a certain point, and then back to the point where you started driving in the wrong direction. That also eats up so much time. And in my first any percent, I thought I had made this mistake because the terrain generation was just so similar to somewhere where I was like an hour ago, but in the end it was just weird terrain generation and not driving the wrong direction. Okay, 20 kilometers left and we have unlocked the sponge again. Actually should drive a little bit slower, I think. I mean, we're still driving downhill. And we need some oil in the engine, I just see. So maybe we will go to the 1000 kilometers. Eat something, poop something and some stuff like this and get our stuff ready again on the car.
Steel pants radio. Watch out, cause if the sun comes up, your pants will be burning hot. Thinking about changing the channel? Better not. Steel pants radio. Hello there, my rocking amigos. It is so good to be here and just being alive. I mean, the world is pretty harsh out there, so it's kind of a
We're
privilege.
only about 15 kilometers.
Thinking about these rabbits that popped up some time ago, they seem pretty strange. I haven't seen rabbits for a while now. I used to love rabbits. I mean, for dinner or for breakfast, rock and roll. But it seems to me maybe they are taking revenge now. I mean, we received a call from a man that was being chased around by this huge rabbit, and eventually the rabbit ate the guy.
What's actually happening with the cloud shadows? Why are they moving so damn fast?
You are out there, will ya? Oh, how do we know about it? That the animal ate the guy?
Or are the clouds also
The phone.
linked to the player speed?
It's pretty sad, actually. But let's lighten up the mood with some rock music.
Okay. Only 10 kilometers to 1000. And since this all went rather fast, I think I'm really going to do 1000 in like what I am driving today in total, instead of going to the 1000 kilometer mark. The diesel version is more efficient in terms of fuel consumption, but it's weaker in total. Has a lower torque and lower max RPM. The gas version needs more fuel in total, but it has much more power. And one benefit maybe is if you have a boat and you find diesel, you swim in diesel, so there's much more to find in boats compared to gasoline. On the other hand, buildings on the side of the road, they typically don't generate much diesel at all. On the other hand, you have a barrel of diesel in your garage at home with, what was 20 liters inside. So if you have the caddy, which is the only diesel vehicle that runs at home, you are good to go for quite a long time with those 20 liters of diesel. Of course, again, you also have 20 liters buried in a jerry can in front of the house, but you cannot access this jerry can without using glitches or being ridiculously lucky and having a building spawning next to your starting house that has a shovel inside. But that's highly improbable. And again, the caddy has more storage space. And then of course you cannot attach a trailer on it. I mean, in my first any percent I started with the caddy and just swapped the engine to a V8 engine when I found one. And I used 2 pallets that I attached in the trunk so I could put barrels on them and they would be physics locked. In the earlier version, I mean, I made the any percent not too long after the last regular update. The strategy before was put the barrels in the trunk, close it up and have some steel or metal bars and protect the trunk lid so I don't lose it in a crash, because if I lose it I'll also lose all of my barrels, because then they are no longer physics locked. And in the end, since it became common knowledge that there are actually 22.5 liters of gasoline in the starter building, this strategy became completely obsolete, especially since the what's it called? I developed a trick where you can take the 2 pallets from home, attach them to a bag and put those 2 pallets, including whatever's on top of them, in your inventory. And then you don't need any big trunks or something like that. You just can put your barrels in your inventory and they even have no weight after that. So the car is more stable in the end because it has just the factory weight and that's all. But of course that's shady black magic of glitch using, so but at least it's allowed in the speedrunning community. Whoops. Okay. Did we lose something? Nope. Oh, this again such a thing. You're kidding me? Okay, that was close. You can touch damage to the head and it's also possible, but I don't know how the game calculates the weight of your stuff on your head then. If you put it in a bag and the bag in your inventory, then it becomes weightless. Of course you have to use some trickery, because at first it's not weightless and then you move extremely slow and you have to switch the items in your inventory a bit and then it's all weightless. And it's also a quite nice trick. Oh, okay. It's also a quite nice trick, especially in streaming. When I run out of fuel and everyone says, well, you don't have any fuel with you, what now? And I just pulled 2 pallets full of fuel out of my sleeves. Okay. I mean, the trick with the saddlebag is to have it in the right position before you put it in your inventory, so when you pull it out, it's like in a horizontal position, and then you just can let it go. It falls off to the ground, and then you can just take a barrel, put it back on when you're finished, and put it in your inventory back the same way you put it out. And the funny part about this, since a bag also counts as an item that gets physics locked by a pallet, you could technically elongate those pallets indefinitely and have hypothetically an infinite inventory space. Only downside, you cannot, and this would be ridiculous if this were possible, you cannot put a whole car or vehicle in general in your inventory. But it would be a nice addition if you could put like the bikes on a pallet. First off, you could actually transport them in your car, on your car, in your inventory. And second, if you had a challenge where you have to gather all the cars and car variations in game, you would always have at least 2 vehicles with you, so you could drive off with the bike, find a new car, put the bike either in your inventory or with a pallet on the car, then go back to your whatever location you want to gather your cars and repeat. And now as it is, you can only beat this challenge by either using the car transporter, but then you cannot get the bus or the truck or the Plymouth that easily, or by walking. Oh, and by the way, we have more than 1000 kilometers now. So the sponge is legal once more. And when we reach 1000 kilometers on our odometer from this card, then we even made 1000 kilometers without any major crashes. Meaning this challenge is completely doable in a fast fashion actually, which is nice. So I'd say I will make the 1000 full, which should be done in half an hour, and then I will refill my fuel, oil and stuff, and then we should, without any issues, be able to make another 500 kilometers, and then we have done 1000 in total today. Which is more progress than I actually planned or imagined. This actually would also be a nice speedrunning challenge. Oh, again, a longer text. Which exhaust style do you like on the truck? The smokestack exhaust, that's the expanding on the side. No opinion about that actually. I mean, in my opinion, the best way would be if there were no exhaust at all, but yeah. I mean, I really don't have too much of an opinion on that. I even struggle, like all the trucks driving around here. What do they actually have? I never paid too much attention to that. Though we have some weird buses, and they have like an exhaust that goes up to the roof and out there, and I think it's like an air filter or exhaust filter, smoke filter, I don't know, that's beneath it, but it takes like 1 or 2 seats in terms of space up inside the bus, because it somehow has to get from the engine up to the roof, which, well, annoyed me because our buses had a tendency to be overfilled anyways. And now where I'm currently living, they actually have well, they have 2 systems actually, like regular diesel buses, but also electric buses. And on the central bus stations, they have, just like a train, a spot where they can get an contact spot, I don't know, up, connected, and just load there. And that's actually a genius idea. You can just recharge at the end of the line, drive back, do the same again, and is there anyway a few minutes where they have to wait, they can use this time to recharge basically. And it's in the long term much cheaper than using a diesel bus, since diesel is way more expensive compared to electricity, which you can produce locally. But also they could technically run, I don't know how long, for, staying on the line, because you don't have to drive back to the depot and refuel there or wherever. Oops. I know. But it will still take rather long. And I would not speedrun it like in a classic sense. If I would do something similar, I would do a challenge and make a segmented speedrun out of it, so I don't have to do it in one go. But then again, I still have to get some other challenges done first, like for example this one. At least this one is going quite well. Again, such a bridge building thing. Okay, this was the 90-degree bug. If the car is exactly 90 degrees to its vector of velocity, then it just immediately. Don't know why, but it saved quite a lot of speedruns. Wait, this can't be right. OBS wants to tell me that I'm only streaming since 1 hour, and this makes totally no sense. I started about 2 hours ago, I think. 2.5. And 2.5 would make more sense since I'm driving 200 kilometers per hour at peak top speed, or a little bit faster, minus whatever I lose in the mountains, or with anything that is a little bit hillier. Then it makes more sense that this will take in total to reach 1000 in this odometer about 2.5 hours, plus minus. Well, actually more plus, not more plus. Maybe closer to 3 hours. And then if we do it all over again, should be possible. I mean, we have no problems with fuel, water, or oil, or food. Okay, we are currently starving, but I could eat something. Done. Okay, 17 more, and then we have the first 1115 kilometers, was it? Already did this in a way, like in every crash I lose more wheels than I can replace. Some vehicles will tolerate this a bit, so you can drive a small distance, but all in all the car won't move too much. There's actually a French car, I've forgotten what it was, that could really drive on 3 wheels in real life when you removed one, because it was still balanced. It was actually a quite famous car in its time, but it's again quite an old one. Was it this one? Wait a second. Now I have to... Yeah, it's this one. What I actually had in mind later, early on, was oh yes, the other one which I had in mind was the 2CV. The De Cheval. Which also is now I don't see my chat. Which also is a classic, but yeah. Yeah, that also is a funny car. Also fitting kind of the time. Maybe it's even a little older than a lot of cars that are still in or are currently in the game, but I mean, older is not too bad. Whoops, there's another one. What also, I mean, we now have or a car that's fitting this theme, but the really old VW bus This would also be a nice fit. But now have the I don't know how it's called, but we have some small bus that fits this niche currently. Even if it's a weird two-stroke thing. Okay, 60 kilometers left. Yeah. I mean, in general, more variation in classic cars in this game would be quite nice. Of course, other people would be skeptical because it's again a Western European car, but I mean, we have now an American car. We have the the Beetle, which is also West German, and the Golf is West German and stuff like this. And Skoda, what was Skoda again? Was this Finnish or what was that? Does this count as Eastern European? I don't know. So I wouldn't make a dependency on whether or not it's Eastern European or not, but more if it's fitting the time. Oh, okay. Okay, I guess this counts as Eastern European. I'm not too much into cars, so I have no idea. Oh yeah, like a Fiat 500 or something like that. But the old one, like the really old one. This would also be genius. Would even be the smallest car in the game. I think the old Fiat 500 was smaller than the Trabi. Now I have a weird idea. Let's introduce a Lamborghini to the game, but the old one, a tractor. Oh god, I'd get the weirdest flashbacks from my summer car where you have a tractor in the beginning where you can drive off to get parts and stuff. The controls in this game also are so wonky. Yeah, that was a bunny again. I just thought this, like over there, this rock is a truck. And what was it? It beat rules cause it safe even though not. Oh. Oh, Shane, like in the radio, okay. Wondering, huh? But right, there's actually no vegetables at all to eat in this game, only meats and baked stuff. if I'm right. Of course you could eat poop, but doesn't have too much nutritional value, so nah. Or gasoline, of course, you could drink. It has a lot of calories. Only that you cannot digest these calories. Okay. Whoops. I mean, a no death any percent would also be a challenging challenge. So if you eat too much, your player will turn fat and but on the other hand, becoming too fat in a post-apocalyptic scenario, I don't know. I mean, not that you don't find enough food for that, but
Hey there, my rocking friends. It is me, Shane, the guy who does not like rain. But the sun is shining at least here where I work, or at least the studio lights.
okay, that's odd.
Today we spotted an airplane on the sky. How amazing is that?
Okay, stopping maybe was not the smartest idea. Like in GTA San Andreas,
Are made out of steel, just like
yeah, that's also a funny game.
balls inside our pants. Even if
But then we also have to, I mean,
good day to you, my rocking sir. How are you?
what are those?
Do you have any beer?
We already have some weights you can lift. Then there also should be a mechanic to lift something and get more muscular,
How can you make rules against beer?
which actually would make more sense since you also have to lift engines and parts and stuff like this, which could become easier if you, I don't know, build up muscle.
Can you get me any? You know what, dude? It's your lucky day. We here at Steve
So much potential to mod this game, or I don't know,
give me your address.
develop it further.
Cool.
And still not much happens.
I'm in the middle of a
Sad.
fucking desert next to a cacti and some rocks. You know, rocks. Rocks are cool. They rock. Right on, my friend. The beer should be on its way now. Have a good day, my legless friend.
Okay, I guess. Oh, it's not even that steep. But still, I think we're in the mountains back again.
Totally blow your ears out. Even if you got blinded by a nuclear blast or something, you still have your ears able. Listen to this.
Have there anyway be updates about GTA 6? I'm also not like, I don't know, I have no time to keep track on that, so okay, how much will it go on? That's all. Cannot swim out much more. I mean, it's also, I don't know, like a meme in the 2000s. Rockstar and Bethesda pushed out games like There's No Tomorrow, and in the 2010s, nothing. Skyrim in 2011 and GTA 5 in 2013, and since then, well, in those series, nada. And I mean, in my opinion, they couldn't argue with they have to top the old game and make the graphics better and stuff like this, because I don't know, there were not too much jumps between GTA 3 and Vice City and San Andreas, in my opinion. Seems to me like they had more tendency to squeeze out the last bits in terms of money before they release a new game, and that sucks. Oops.
Steel Pens Radio on 94.1. Sorry there, dudes, I'm a bit sick. Lately I think you can get all kinds of.
By the way, there was one radio station, no, that's not. Was it that one?
Sicknesses out there. I saw people looking to. They also were expecting Hungary.
I think it was that one. I also like to listen to in the speedrun. Oh, well. Liked is such a strong word. The other ones just became annoying at some point. Yeah, I think I just looked up which frequencies have radio stations, and oh wait, I'm not allowed to do this. And there's our sponge. So we made almost 1000 without having a crash, and this one also was, well, a little bit of raw stupidity on my part. So now get in there. Okay, I'm using my second sponge, and again I have more than 1000 kilometers, so it's legal. So I have to wait for another, how much was it? 900-ish kilometers to get the next one. Wait. Oops. What's my radio doing? Get here. Get in. In the speedruns there are two parts. that I hate to lose. Number 1, the radio. Number 2, the odometer. Well, actually, when I'm speedrunning, I have music running on my system rather than in-game, so Okay. I really don't like any music in this game, to be honest. But that's why I tend to circle around the station, so there's at least a little bit of, I don't know, variation. Yeah, I know. And the funny thing is that the music is not a problem, but the sound the wind makes has copyright on it. At least another streamer claimed or said that the sound is copyrighted and he has to talk over it before he gets a strike because of copyright infringement and stuff like this. Which also is wild in a different kind of, I don't know, way. But okay, we made almost 1000 without a single crash or major crash. Now we only have to do it 900 kilometers again. I can clean my dashboard again. If you understand it. I mean, if you actually understand German, it's hilarious to listen to it, but it gets, I don't know, boring rather fast because it's not a long cycle until it repeats itself. Okay. All they do is just trash talk. And since it has this weird Hungarian accent, it becomes even more ridiculous. Oh, okay, it was Q. Oh no. I think. Oh yeah. I think I have a great loss in performance because I don't have much oil in my engine. I hope that I can manage until we have done 500 kilometers today, but well. Oh yeah, this was the issue in the any percent. I have to refill the oil more often than I have to refill the gas, which is like in realistic terms, this normally shouldn't be the order of things. It's still working well.
Oh, übrigens, was ist eure Lieblingsfutter? Was mag ihr am besten? Schreibt uns oder ruft uns an. Naja, wenn ihr ein Telefon habt, das noch funktioniert. Ich muss dringend auf dem Toilette, aber ich fahre nur mit einer Zweitakter-Fahrzeug in dem Toilett hinein.
Okay.
Heilige Scheiße, Toilettenbusenhalter.
Now we have more power.
Deutschland ist immer noch der beste Land aller Zeiten. Es hat Sand, aber auch weniger Bäume. Ja, ihr habt es gut gehört, die Penner. Deutschland hat noch einen kleinen Wald. Werbung. Rufen Sie jetzt an, wenn Sie eine
The issue is if the oil content is below 50% of the volume in the engine, then it slowly decreases in efficiency and power and stuff, which becomes really painful in mountains. Because I think it's not even reducing max RPM, but acceleration. And how's it called again in English? Torque.
Heute ist es sehr heiß, heißer als in einem Ofen, das in Deutschland gebaut worden ist. Da ist in meiner Wiener Schnitzel. Ich muss ganz dringend Pipi machen, sonst kann ich nicht Radio machen. Ich möchte nicht in der Studio Pipi machen.
And by the way, in the radio they're now talking about he has to piss, and he does not want to piss in the studio, but he also cannot work when he has to piss. And he needs a two-stroke vehicle so he can drive to the next toilet, because he only drives with a two-stroke car into a toilet.
Aber wir haben noch keine Ahnung, was wir mit dieser Station machen wollen. Wir brauchen ein bisschen Musik. Du Eckart, mach eine kleine Musik. Wir brauchen eine Karre. Wir brauchen ein Motorrad.
Him again driving up Mount Everest or something like that.
Ich fahre so schnell wie der Wind. Ich freue mich so sehr wie ein Kind. Arriba! Wir brauchen einen Wagen, es gibt gar nichts zu fragen. Warum stehst du hier noch? Jemand legt doch deinen Arschloch. Wir fahren so schnell.
Fire music?
Wir fahren.
Huh?
Okay, das ist genug. Okay.
Don't understand.
Übermensch Radio.
Okay, it's getting a little bit more horizontal. Even downhill, maybe? It looks like downhill. Ich fahre. Where are you faring to?
Deutschland ist immer noch der beste Land aller Zeiten. Es hat Sand, aber auch weniger Bäume. Ja, ihr habt es gut gehört, die Penner. Deutschland hat noch einen kleinen Wald.
Yeah. She wants us to visit, so we have to drive to her place. Even if we never found her at her place. Which makes me kinda sad. She promised me cake.
Konrad, du Mistflieger, du feige Sau, wo bist du? Werbung. Fahrzeug alt und dreckig? Dann spritz darauf. Mit
Ups.
unserem neuen Spritzdarauf-Polierer wird deine Karre so gut wie neu. Nur eine kleine
The
Handbewegung.
funny thing is always when I'm
Darauf gespritzt.
playing the long drive,
Es
I
ist
have
jetzt so gut wie
Mama,
neu.
I'm coming home from Ozzy Osbourne in my
Wenn du
head.
jetzt uns anrufst, dann geben wir dir einen extra Schwamm noch dazu. Spritz darauf. Übermensch Radio. Wir sind die Helden.
And at some point I actually had this in a playlist I was listening to while I was doing my any percent.
Für Abendessen. Wo ist mein Gewehr? Ich habe die letzte Nacht nur noch Hundefutter gegessen. Gott Dank sei, dass noch so Menge Konserve da sind, dass man essen kann. Oh, übrigens, was ist eure Lieblingsfutter?
Just had a
Was mag
déjà
ihr am
vu.
besten? Schreibt uns oder ruft uns an. Naja, wenn ihr ein Telefon habt, das noch funktioniert.
Only that in my head the road was going left and not right.
Falkenberger zu präsentieren. Der neue Falkenberger ist besser als alle anderen Autos. Es ist schnell, wendig, bequem, ausdauernd und robust. Natürlich ist es ein echter Zweiteiler. Alle Mädchen werden
No, go back to the road. Stay on the road. No shenanigans with the rear left wheel.
Sind Sie ein echter Casanova? Haben Sie viele
I don't know how much of a problem it is with other cars, but
Gewalt in Ihnen gebaut worden?
the Golf tends to behave a little bit weird when one rear wheel goes off the road while all the other ones are still on the road.
Übermensch Radio, FM 97.5. Der harteste Radio aller Zeiten. So, meine lieben Leute, wir haben einen wunderschönen Wetter heute. Ich bin so froh, dass ich hier arbeiten kann. Ich bin Hans Zimmermann und ich liebe euch alle.
Okay, we have
Der Beste. Ich habe kein Geld, aber die Boss bezahlt mich.
1100 kilometers in total.
Ich habe eine gute Story für euch. Wenn ich jung war, lange
Don't we? Yes.
vor der Ende der Welt. Wir hatten mit meiner Freundin eine riesengroße Party. Wir waren so besoffen. Wir kotzten wie die Schweinehunde, tranken Bier, hatten so viel Spaß. Heute aber kannst du größtenteils nur diesen ungarischen Bier trinken.
Okay.
Ja, oder was? Das ist aber nicht sehr gut. Übermensch Radio. FM.
Which means 900 kilometers and I can use again this much.
FM 97.8. Hier ist der Übermensch Radio.
Whoops.
Ich bin Hans Zimmermann aus Deutschland, der beste Land aller Zeiten.
Okay, this is all a bit shaky. At least we don't have, I hope, another extremely high mountain. I mean, if the road goes down this hill rather soon, then we might have again a little bit of more flattish terrain, if I've seen this correctly.
Hier ist Übermensch Radio. Dieser Radio ist der einzige Radio, das die Ende der Welt überlebt hat. Aber wir haben noch keine Ahnung, was wir mit dieser Station machen wollen. Wir brauchen ein bisschen
Wait a second. Nope. Okay.
Bäcker, mach eine kleine Musik. Wir brauchen eine Karre. Wir brauchen ein Motorrad. Der
Okay.
Mann ist so groß und ich heiße Konrad. Ich fahre so schnell
Okay,
wie
it's
der Weg.
maybe not getting
Ich fahre
maybe
vor mir so
up
sehr
there.
wie eine Kind. Wir brauchen einen Wagen. Es gibt gar nichts zu fragen. Warum stehst du hier noch?
I missed the flat terrain.
Sag doch deinen Arschloch. Wir fahren so schnell wie der Wind. Wir fahren akár, das ist genug. Okay. Übermensch Radio. Werbung. Ist dein Fahrzeug alt und dreckig? Dann spritz darauf. Mit unserem neuen Spritzdarauf-Polierer wird deine Karre so gut wie neu. Nur eine kleine Handbewegung und boom.
What car I own in real life? I own no car in real life.
So gut wie neu. Ruft uns an. Und wenn du noch jetzt uns anrufst, dann geben wir dir eine
Because I
extra
don't need a car
Spritz darauf.
right now where I live.
Übermensch Radio. Wir sind die Helden.
And if I need one, I can just rent one, but never had to actually use one, so when I lived at home I used my mother's car and my father's car, but also not on a regular base, since again didn't need it, a car too much or too often. So the funny part is I actually thought about it, just getting a, well, I don't know if you get a cheap one. I mean, they were built in quite a, whoops, I mean there were a lot built of them, but since they are again a little bit of a classic car, they also might have gone up in the price. But I thought of, I don't know, having 4 world records in the long drive using the same car every time. I don't know. Would be also a little bit funny. The thing is, I know a few people that really are fans of golfs. I wouldn't count myself as a fan of a golf in real life or a fan of cars in general. I mean, it's ridiculous as hell that a person that avoids driving a car in real life holds 4 world records in a car driving game. Okay, we have 1000 on our odometer. Golf, you are not a plane, you are a car. Stay on the road. Yeah. But again, I anyway have kind of a talent on doing stuff I actually don't need. A few years ago I started making my own wine from blackberries, and it actually was quite good. Only problem, I don't drink any wine. I have like a green thumb when it comes to grow zucchinis, only that I don't really like to eat them. So I have a few, for me personally, totally useless talents. But yeah, that's life, I guess. Oh, come on, why it's getting... Okay, this cloud shadow is getting annoying. I really think they moved according to the vehicle speed. On ducks. Well. I have some, in retro perspective, funny, but at the moment more dramatic stories about ducks. We had, for quite a few years, chickens, where I lived with my parents, and one day we also bought 2 ducklings. The problem was, we think that someone got something wrong because they grew rather fast to a size which is not normal for a duck. I mean, there are big white ducks, okay, but in the end they were more like geese. And it was my job as a little child to feed the chickens. And now you have these geese running around, or we in the end didn't even know what it was, so we called them duck geese. And the issue was that they were always running, or were not chasing me, like they were walking behind me like ducklings would with their mother, which I was not realizing as a kid. And then you have like some fowl, which is as big as you are, running behind you, and I get scared and run away from them, and they, from my perspective, start chasing me. But in reality, since I was feeding them the whole time, they just were, I don't know how it's called in English, but they thought I was one of them, and they could basically follow me around everywhere. So yeah. Like in retrospective, everyone can laugh over this story, but in the moment this was not too funny actually. Yeah. Whoops. Well. Don't drive at night and read comments, I think, or chat messages. Where was I? Yeah, but I didn't do this back then. I was 4 years old or something like that, so yeah. And when I still was living there, I also was managing the whole garden and stuff. And at this point, I really would have loved to have some chicken or duck, but I was never allowed to get some because we hadn't like a hut or anything where they had a shelter, which you actually can lock because there were always some idiots going around and stealing chickens and stuff like this. I don't know why. I mean, if you want to cook a chicken or something like that, you can get a cheap one out of a store. Why steal a chicken, a live chicken? I don't know. But yeah, you find assholes in any place of the world, so And we had one chicken. This was a weird one. Oh. I mean, all I can do is... Does this do? This one chicken was hanging around more with humans than with, well, chicken. And at one point, this was in the summer, this chicken always was running around outside of this small hut we had. It was lying in our yard and we thought it was dead. And then it was only sunbathing actually. That's in-game. You can, what is it, shift? No, caps lock. And when you scroll, you can either just hum or scream even more. And the funny thing is, you can, like, I can push this button with my small finger, and technically if there's a rock I could just before I crash. Or when I'm spinning, I don't know. It's a useless function, but I love this function. I shouldn't do this too much. I don't know, but you can either drive as a male character or a female character, and they both can successfully piss while standing and still have the stream point slightly upward. I don't know. So, yeah. Maybe they tried a neutral screen. I don't know. Well, from a purely anatomic point of view, is there even much difference between a male and a female scream? Are the vocal cords that much in use by screaming? Oh. Okay. I mean, you also can use no skin at all, which will also reduce the load on the hardware. And I sometimes even use this for when I need to make a clip or something like that. Then I just disable the player skin, and then you have no one driving the car and the car still driving by itself, basically, from a purely optic point of view or visual point of view. By the way, I'm really thinking, should I actually cut the stream recordings to a video for this challenge or not? I mean, it's not happening too much yet, so... Is ship on the road? Not in the car. I want my car interior as clean as possible. I mean, it was quite a lot of work to get it clean in the first place, so I'm not pooping in my car. No! If this were any percent, and I don't had to eat anything, I'd say the only place where you can poop is at the end of the road, because that's like my little thing I do before I press stop on live split. I have to shit at the end of the road before I can end the speed run. So you could technically also call it shit at the end of the road percent. But I don't know if the other one who also has who also has at the moment second place for the any percent, if he grabbed at the end of the road. Stone. But I could get a pallet and put a toilet on top of it, since you can sit on those. And then I could shit on top of the car. Which just... Okay, this may be a long stretch on how I get from shitting on the roof to this topic, but... Why do you have such dirty ideas? By the way, Glockbox.
Der neue Faltenberger ist besser als alle anderen Autos. Es ist schnell, wendig, bequem, ausdauernd und robust. Natürlich ist es ein echter Zweitakter. Alle Mädchen werden nass, wenn sie
Just
dieses
imagine,
hören.
you have someone driving with you and you ask them, can you get me the map from out of the glove box? And first thing they have in the hand is some dried up chunk of shit.
Der Faltenberger gewaltig ihnen gebaut wurde. Alle weiter passen das Auto.
Yeah, not a good memory.
Es ist groß. Anschnallen bitte, es geht los. Der neue Faltenberger.
Oh god.
Hier ist Übermensch Radio. Dieser Radio ist der einzige Radio, das die Ende der Welt überlebt hat. Aber wir haben noch keine Ahnung, was wir mit dieser Station machen wollen. Wir brauchen ein bisschen Musik. Du
I know, but the story I was reminded about.
wir brauchen eine
I also crashed a bunny once. It glitched into the car. The legs got elongated and then it got frozen up in this position. And it was just like a figure you have on the front of a ship built on my car. And then I drove for a while with that. But I don't have in mind right now if it was in 1000 or any percent. Or none of it at all. But I think it was in a stream once. Okay, this looks like not too mountainous of a biome.
Okay, das ist genug. Übermensch Radio. Hier ist Übermensch Radio. Dieser Radio ist der einzige Radio, das die Ende der Welt überlebt hat. Aber wir haben noch keine Ahnung, was wir mit dieser Station machen wollen. Wir brauchen ein bisschen Musik. Du Eckart, mach eine kleine Musik. Wir brauchen eine Karre. Wir brauchen ein Motorrad.
Ah, there's a sneaky stone again.
Ist so groß und ich heiße Konrad. Ich fahre so schnell wie der Wind. Ich freu mich so sehr wie ein Kind.
Oops.
Wir brauchen einen Wagen. Es gibt gar
Who likes it? Whoops.
Warum stehst du hier noch? Jemand legt doch
It's a little bit too fast for my taste.
Wir fahren so schnell. Wir fahren so schnell wie der Wind. Wir fahren. Okay, Kat, das ist genug.
Oh, okay.
Übermensch Radio.
But it's also something that you don't hear speedrunners say regularly. It's too fast for me, in the sense of, well, I'm saving time, I don't want it.
Hast darauf gespritzt. Es ist jetzt so gut wie neu. Ruft uns an. Und wenn du noch jetzt uns anrufst, dann geben wir dir eine extra Schwammloch dazu. Spritz darauf. Übermensch Radio. FM 97.8. Hier ist der Übermensch Radio. Ich bin Hans Zimmermann aus Deutschland, der beste Land aller Zeiten. Schmetterling, Donnerwetter. Heute ist es sehr heiß, heißer als in einem Ofen, das in Deutschland gebaut worden ist. Da ist in meiner Wiener Schnitzel. Ich muss ganz dringend pipi.
Ups.
Kann ich nicht Radio machen. Ich möchte nicht in der Studio Pipi machen. Oh Gott im Himmel, warum ist das so heiß heute? Was ist denn nun schon wieder los heute? Ha? Hört ihr mich, Leute? Was ist nun heute los?
Okay. Have a nice day or night or whatever. I don't know what time it's at your place.
Beste Radio aller Zeiten. Himmel, Donnerwetter, Schmusenschwein. Ich muss dringend eine Zweitakter-Fahrzeug benutzen. Jemand bitte gebt mir ein Zweitakter jetzt. Ich muss dringend auf dem Toilett, aber ich fahre nur mit einer Zweitakter-Fahrzeug in dem Toilett hinein. Heilige Scheiße, Toiletten, Busenhalter. Nur zum Nachrichten. Deutschland ist immer noch der beste Land aller Zeiten. Es hat Sand, aber auch weniger Bäume. Ja, ihr habt es gut gehört, die Penner. Deutschland hat noch einen kleinen Wald. Werbung. Rufen Sie jetzt an, wenn Sie eine Gummipuppe kaufen wollen. Wir haben noch eine übrig und sie hat auch ihre Füße. Ich sage euch, Deutschland hat alles, was ihr möchtet. Konrad, du Mistflieger, du feige Sau, wo bist du? Übermensch Radio. Wir sind die Helden. So guten Tag allerseits. Ich bin so froh, dass ihr unser Radio anhört. Ich mag keine Hasen. Ich mag Hasen nur für Abendessen. Wo ist mein Gewehr? Ich habe die letzte Nacht nur noch Hundefutter gegessen. Gott Dank sei, dass noch so mange Konserve da sind, dass man essen kann. Oh, übrigens, was ist eure Lieblingsfutter? Was magt ihr am besten? Schreibt uns oder ruft uns an. Naja, wenn ihr ein Telefon habt, das noch funktioniert. Wir sind stolz, Ihnen der neue Falkenberger zu präsentieren. Der neue Falkenberger
Ups.
ist besser als alle anderen Autos.
Okay, was just a small stone, so no space program today.
Natürlich ist das ein echter Zweitakter. Alle Mädchen werden nass, wenn sie diese Sound hören.
Neon Silk Radio, the radio where even pooping is sexy. FM 98.4.
actually not the radio station I had in mind. Hmm. Hmm. That's the one. Oh god, in another hill. What the? How? I mean, except for the gauges, I've not lost anything. And I'd really like to have my gauges back. That's the important one. Not it. Oh, come on. I mean, I've no issues not having the left edge, but still I like my cars complete. Well, has to work without this gauge. Or I have to find another Golf. I mean, I have no clue about how much oil I still have, not oil, fuel I still have, but well, only thing that can happen is that I run out of it and I have to refuel, and I have more than enough to do that, so oh, hello. I had a little crash. More a buggy crash. I don't know what crash. I have no damage whatsoever, but I've lost my left gauge. At least the important one is still here, so and it could very well lie around in my car, but well, I have no idea. I've searched it and not found it, so maybe when I find another golf, I can just take one out from there. But as long as we have this thing, I'm totally fine. And we probably will also use this one at some point. Even if in the any percent I've always found it and reattached it, so maybe we will even still have it in the end, I don't know. But I know my luck, so like this. Stone. Oh, only 5 kilometers and we have 1200. Yeah, 1200. What exactly this? Oh, what? Whoops, there's a big rock. I have the feeling you either have to love this game because it's just so weird, or you have to hate this game because it's so boring it sometimes. Wait, what? It's a long drive, screaming only in challenge where you have to beat the game, but you have to keep... Okay, this would be easy. I mean, there's I've forgotten how it's called. Oh, wait, by the way. 1200. There's a program where you can change key bindings, like completely, for the whole system. And there should also be a possibility that you can switch the input to set it to an output, set it to... Yes, again on the roof. Set it to a 1 when it's actually a 0, so invert the signal. And then you just can put it to whatever key you don't need and scream the whole time. And if it's getting too annoying, you still can reduce the in-game audio in stream. So this wouldn't be a challenge at all. Okay, I guess we'll have 1100 on this gauge in the next few minutes. And if I then, depending on the terrain, could drive for 2 more hours in a rather flat terrain, then we should be able to make 1500 kilometers on this gauge, and therefore 1000 in total in this stream. And we are currently around about 4 hours in. And we made already around about 600 kilometers, which is not speedrunning material of course, but not at all bad. Okay, only 5 kilometers to 1100 on this gauge. And I think we really have some manageable terrain actually. Would be nice. Also a challenge. I have to stream and I can only communicate via I mean, answering yes and no questions easy. I mean, we have either, or we have, okay, technically we also have, right, no, we have, and in between, I have no idea. Okay, we have 1100. I mean, maybe it's also, I don't know, from some sound library or something like that. Oh no, it's getting hilly again. I don't know. That's not too good. Me be like, I only want to drive down this road. Road be like, well, prepare for bumpy. Golf be like, I'm a rocket now. Golf flies out to space. Oh, there's a diner. Give me a golf. There's not a golf. Croissant. Oh. Okay. Okay, this is maybe, possibly. No, they're both not perfect. No. Other player. Wait, this actually works? Huh. I mean, I don't really need it, but I'll take it. I'm only here to get some new... That's my glitch snake. Well, the funny part about this all is these 3 and something liters of gas will actually suffice for quite a while. I mean, technically it's not even that much. Oh wait, okay. 4 liters. Five and a half. It's oil. Okay, 5.5 liter is not too much, I think. Okay, then I'll look. Okay, there's nothing special. Uh, that's not enough. Nope. No gauge for me. I mean, there are buildings where you have a chance to get much more fuel. I mean, of course you have the ships, but they are meant to get a lot of fuel. In garages, they are basically full of jerry cans and oil canisters, which could contain fuel. This white building with a lot of tires normally spawns with a barrel which has a chance to have quite a lot of fuel. The mansion normally has at least one jerry can that contains fuel, but regularly has way more than that. And all the other buildings anyway are smaller, so there's not too much of a chance that a lot of fuel can spawn. I mean, if you want to make the game really hard in terms of finding fuel, you really had to well, have some rules like don't use ships to get fuel, and then it's already like a struggle to find enough fuel, especially if you have a quite thirsty engine or a diesel engine. Because the issue with diesel is, if you find it, you find a lot, but you don't find much of it often, except in ships. Both is not really exciting for me, to be honest. The only stuff I do in the long drive actually is some weird challenges and speedrunning, and both do fine at the current version, even if it's a bit weird. And the last GTA I played was GTA San Andreas and Vice City. So, yeah. Funnily enough, I'm not a person playing quite a lot of PC games anyway. Which also sounds a little bit ridiculous, having 4 world records and actually not playing that much. Yeah, thing is, if the problem of stability gets not resolved, then there's not that much one could get out of this game. I mean, if the terrain generation would be a little bit less bumpy, way better times would be possible. If you had a car with a wider wheelbase and a good transmission, much better times could be achieved. Stuff like this. The issue is in the beta version, the road has no end at the moment. Like, the road splits off in many roads, but there is a main road which has still these electric masts. But I used a new FO and a map tool, and there's simply no end. I drove off more than 10,000 kilometers in one direction, and I have not found an end of the road, and in the other direction also not. Well, at the moment it's endless, making it any percent undefinable actually. Meaning we had to switch it to a 5000 kilometer percent, and the 10, 100 and the 1000 kilometer percent have slightly changed rules. Like in the 80% it's completely no one cares how you get to the end. Well, there are some ways to not allowed to use the UFO, and technically walking also is forbidden, since you have to use a motor vehicle that drives on its own power. But the path from the start to the end of the road, no one cares. So in the end, no one cares how much kilometers you actually drove. While in the other categories you have to stick near the road. So you could technically still shorten your path in quotation marks. While the when the road, for example, is more like, I don't know, goes from left to right and you just drive in a straight path to the horizon where the road is visible still. You technically would save yourself a little bit of distance to you have to drive, and thus time. Wouldn't work if you had a 5000 kilometer percent challenge. And since at least my records never actually made it past 5000 kilometers, would they still count? Yeah. Would make stuff difficult. Or the speedrun community had to stick on this version for the 80%. Which also is not necessarily the best solution, since maybe in another version you have more possibilities to even break the current records. So the update could go in both ways. Make the game worse, make the game better, I don't know. Okay, now hopefully we have more plain terrain in front of us. At least I'd love plain terrain for the next, I don't know, 350 kilometers. And by the way, while you were away, I found the other radio station I actually was searching for. Yeah, this also makes no sense. I mean, but also makes no sense, but it's useful. I just stuck the headlights in a basket, and the basket in front of the car on this, I don't know how that part is called, this black thing. And since it's attached to there, the lights still go on, but they don't fall out if I crash something. Well, except the whole black part comes off, but that's nothing that happens regularly. And again stones. We're still driving slightly uphill. I mean, I hope it ends soon. We had more than enough mountains today, so a nice plain field for the rest of the dream would be quite chilling. Yeah, but the issue is more that you have no time for that when they spawn right in front of your car. Even if they would move away, they are not fast enough. Still not entirely flat. Okay. We shouldn't have lost anything. Okay, then honking and screaming is evil. Okay, where are we? Getting a little bit... Nope. But it's really painful if it's night and a UFO comes through. There's practically no chance, especially at this speed, to brake completely without having to fear a crash. Oh, did you hear the same radio station the whole time, or? Oh, yeah. Are you kidding me again? This white bus and gas stations directly on the road. Oh, wait. I should eat first. Well. In one try I had a radio station on, but I had two headphones, some in-ear headphones. I had the game sound on, and some over-ear headphones where I had my music on. But that one is the one I'm searching for. Yep. Okay, we have water issues no more with this radiator because this one won't lose any water. What was I saying? I had one radio station on, I had my own music, and at some point I just put away the in-ear headphones and only had the music running, so I had no idea what was happening in-game. And of course the whole run I had the same music running all over again. Okay, now do I also have the gauge here? I'll take it. Wrong car. And there's no fuel at all. I mean, technically we really don't need the fuel right now. Oh. But I'll take what I get. It's useful. That's useful. That's very useful. Okay, now you can complain about too much fuel on the diner. I mean, technically it also has a gas station, so it's realistic, to be fair. And I just see this really is a beautiful plane. Not really, I'm not searching for fuel, I'm searching for a damn gauge. Well, what really would hit a checkpoint Yep. If I found my gauge sitting around in my car. So this stop was extremely useless in a sense of I did not find in the diner what I needed since I never lost it really. But at least is there a zombie on the loose? But at least I got some parts I need. Excuse me. Okay. You full, you full. Don't waste water. There might be some other NCP, non-zombie player. Wait, what's the oil actually doing? I have to refill. Oh no, I already did. That's more than enough for now. Maybe even for the rest of today. Whoops. What's a sandstorm doing in grasslands? Was there desert behind the hill? Okay, now we found quite a good supply of fuel. Found our gauge again. It was never lost. And we never have to mind the radiator. Except it flies off in a crash. But if it flies off in a crash and we don't find it, we are anyway kinda screwed. That's also one of the most ridiculous solutions for this problem. But there are two ways. Well, technically three, but having a car without a radiator slot well, is more the trivial solution. Then I'm, I don't know, screwed plus. No. There are two solutions when your radiator is lost. First one, you have a spare radiator with you. Second, you have a whole bus engine with you, but no diesel. And just use the starter motor from the diesel the bus engine. Except in mountains that will do. I mean, you can put any engine in any car. It's the funny part about this all. And I don't know if this, if that's on YouTube, but on Reddit someone posted a video where they just put an bus engine in a Beetle and drove off with a no fuel, and since the Beetle is so lightweight, starter motor just works as the whole motor instead. Oh, pallet on the roof and the bus motor on top of it. Or pallet in pallet in a saddlebag and engine on top of the pallet, and you squish all into your inventory. But of course, in this scenario, this would be bug using, and I'm not too much of a fan of this. Yeah, and the neat part, you have this whole bus engine in your, like the bags on your pants. Or in your sleeves, I don't know where your inventory is located. Which just reminds me, currently I have no inventory because I have not a single bag on my clothes that I currently have on me. Well, guess I have no place to put a bus engine. Oops, funny. No me gusta. Okay, we are quite near to 3000. 1300, not 3000. It's not making too much sense. Was that bus just standing on its hind wheels? Huh? Weird stuff again happening in the desert. They haunt me and screaming, "Drive me, drive me!" And I say, nope. I want to finish this challenge as fast as possible. Not necessarily as safe as possible. Oh, okay, that's just an antenna. I thought which building might be generated with a bus or trailer right on the road. Hey, what? I know it's crazy, baskets. Yeah. You know the S in PLD stands for sense. The game makes a lot of sense. What the hell? I don't need slow and large vehicles. Don't want them. All I need is my red Golf. I mean, what's also funny, even the trailer has a hook for another trailer. And I've never seen such a thing in real life, except for huge farming trailers. Yeah, I know. Which is almost as stable as doing a tractor chain in GTA San Andreas and driving around the corner. The momentum will add up and you have a giant tractor whip and everything explodes. Yeah, it's just totally unstable. Okay, and we have 1300 kilometers in this challenge. more than 4 times we did in the modded version. I checked it actually in the old videos or streaming records. And soon we only have to do 300 kilometers more till we have 1000 for today. I mean, it's funny. I saw like 1 year, 1.5, 2 years, I don't know, ago, and a long drive streamer who did basically the same challenge, and I don't know how often he had to reset, and I don't know if he even finished this challenge, but it's basically the same rules as I currently have. That's weird. I mean, I still don't have completed the challenge myself now, but or yet, but doesn't seem too complicated for now. Oops. You mean in-game a bathtub? I mean, it would be so funny if you could, or I don't know, like putting a bathtub on your car and driving it in multiplayer for no reason, while one player just sits in the bathtub. Or if you could mod the game, or I don't know, something like that, so you could control the car from the bathtub on top of the car. Oh, and we have 1200 on this count, so only 300 more, which under good conditions should be done in 90 minutes. Meaning if we stick to the lanes for the last 90 minutes. Bathtub as a sled, that sounds weird. Oops. Okay, how did this happen again? And yeah, we lost our bug snake again. But okay. What have I expected from the bug snake? And the fuel also should suffice perfectly for the last 300 kilometers. So, oh, yeah. I mean, there's also a ridiculous speedrunning strategy where you have 2 oil canisters in your inventory, and when you're low on oil you just do that, only that, oops, you have no engine hood, and then you can refill the oil mid-drive. A problem is, if something weird happens you also can lose your oil. Because everyone knows the windscreen is not solid, you can just go through it. Most people realize this in a car accident, for example. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. There's a stone. Yep. The trick is, wait a second, you do it like that. Then you are with your hand and with your oil canister outside, and you can refill the oil mid-drive. And when you have 2 full oil canisters, which is 6 liters, you can drive for basically a maximum of 2.5 cycles in terms of oil consumption. But since you don't want to have less than 50% of oil volume in your engine, you do it more often basically, when you have a good chance to do it actually. So just wait for your oil lamp to burn and you know it's 50%, and then immediately, if the terrain is good for this trick, like if you're in a plane or have a great road ahead, something like that. And it would be really nice if this also would work with normal jerry cans, but you cannot shove them into your inventory, because then you could I was just calculating, but no, it would not suffice for the whole run. You could replace 5 times the oil, and I think in the 80% you have to do it more than that. I think it was twice and a little bit more per 1000 kilometers. At least once. A little bit more even for a fuel tank cycle. And this is the annoying part, because in the Yuri strategy you have to refuel every 70 minutes, I think. And when you do that, you also just refill the oil. And since the Golf engine consumes its 2 liters of oil till it becomes less than 50% faster than it uses up its fuel, you either have to stop more often than actually necessary, or you just use some weird tricks to build the oil up while driving. And theoretically you also could have a jerry can beside you, have the windows turned down completely, and go with a long hand all the way to the front of the car and then fill oil in. But since I have to look away, that's not my favorite strategy. By pushing through the windscreen, you at least still have a clear visibility on the road. Oh, why? YouTube is weird. Especially since I still don't have any chat overlay that's working for YouTube. But that's technically not an issue from the side of YouTube, but from another website. By the way, we have more than a quarter of the whole way. Since quite a while actually. 1,250 kilometers is a quarter. And we even reach it now with this gauge. And we still have to add 115 kilometers on top of it. Still got a bit to go. You mean you have to leave, or... Whoops, stone. Yeah, especially like with this weird light situation, they are not that easy to see, especially when you're looking at the road for now, how long? 5 hours, something like that. And by the way, that's not what I wanted. That's it. And the small ones anyway are tricky. If you drive directly over them, you're good. If you miss them completely, you're good. If your wheel hits them, you fly off to space in the worst case. Which is not always the case, but can happen. And since we don't want to try out things, we just treat them as much as a danger as every other stone. Yeah, there's a bunny again. And I think that's it for the plane. And if I see it correctly, we are driving uphill again soon. At least we only have to do 250 kilometers for today. And then we have our 1000. And only 250 to go. Oh shit. And 1,400. Das war auch knapp. Was close. Oh shit, that's in the way. That's some bad terrain generation. And this maybe even the possibility to capture a new UFO. A sneaky color in the desert. Nearly missed it. Whoop. Sneaky bunny. Okay, that's safe. Okay, only 150 for today left. So close. And my voice kind of dies. Oh no. Mountains again. Huh. I thought I might have a relaxed drive to the end for today, and nope. Oh, not to the end, but to 1,500 on our display. Oh, hey, welcome back. I'm close to the 1,500 kilometer mark in total. And we have a mountain again. Nothing too much. I was just driving and driving and driving and driving. Doing as the game commands. So there were no funny crashes or something like that. It was a quite relaxed drive through the end of the lane I was in. Nah. Why do you summon bunnies? That's illegal. That's bunchromancy. Oh no, there's a big mountain. I hope we don't have to go up this one on the left. But I see a lot of mountains and I don't like it. Nah. Okay, okay, I can work with that. Damage report. 2 lights lost. Don't care too much about those. No wheels lost, no stuff lost. Okay, we can drive on. Or at least we can try. Okay, this was clip material. Sneaky rock nearly wrecks the challenge. But there we really got lucky. So it's funny, as soon as you're back, funny stuff happens. That's also one reason why it's theoretically better to drive in third person, because then you actually can spot the rocks behind small hills. But in my opinion, they're not worth it. And that means, translated to normal English, I'm too lazy to learn to drive in third person, or at least get used to it. Maybe we are quite lucky and those are all the mountains for this section. Ah, 3 more kilometers and we are at 1500. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Oh no, 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 no. There are more mountains. Oh, come on, even higher up. Yeah, mountains, hills. Anything in between. In speedrunning, I actually preferred the most those dark brown grayish biomes, because they most of the time were completely flat. And depending on how grateful the terrain generation is, they also stretched quite far. And there were no cacti spawning, some dead trees and stuff, but all in all not too much. Did I hate 2025? My hate extends to every year. It knows no limits. I mean, for me personally, some weird stuff happened, some good stuff happened. It was quite average. Problem is that my sense of average is not necessarily what others would deem average. Okay, but so you didn't like you were born. It's actually, from a purely scientific point of view, a quite funny question, because being dead would be the most natural, not natural, but neutral state you could have, because, well, you're nothing, your consciousness is nothing, basically. So it also couldn't be bad in that sense, because it's nothing. So funny arguments like one's life is always positive. If you take being dead as a true neutral, you had to add up every positive and negative thing, and if it becomes above neutral, then it was worth being born. The problem is, I really couldn't say where I am at this position, because making some unbiased, let's call it this way, I don't know, measurements, let's call it that way, that are the same throughout one's life, is for, I'd say, everyone quite difficult. Just like, for example, the duck story, which was not too pleasant at the moment, but in the end everyone laughed about it, basically. Whoops. I have actually not in mind which one is the Dacia. Was this one with the engine in the back and some cooling slits on the side, on the rear? I mean, anyways, the thing about speedrunning is anyway to get stuff done as fast as possible, and currently there is nothing faster than the Golf. Well, at least the Golf S are base, because that's the best transmission. Which is actually the only good quality. It has also a good engine, though not the strongest. And that's it. And that's enough for, well, being the best for speedrunning. The best car one could choose. Okay, we make the 1400 full. You even can use big wheels on a rear drive, and the problem is how spread out the wheels are. If the wheelbase is too small, then even with a rather small or underpowered engine, the car will tip over way too easy. So ironically, if the Plymouth didn't had such a bad, let's call it again, the bouncy part, suspension, it would do quite nice with bus tires, while every car smaller than the Plymouth, not a good idea. And ironically, the small trucks, they do quite nice with big tires, even if they are built around small tires. Yeah, that's because of the bad suspension, but purely from the perspective of the wheelbase, it's wide enough that it theoretically shouldn't be such a bad idea to put bus tires on it, or bus wheels, if the suspension wouldn't be so bouncy. And I mean, I also had a speedrun attempt, this was the third one I think, where I had a Golf with the Golf engine and bus tires. And that can actually kinda work, but you still crash a lot. Yeah, that's because of the strong engine. I mean, purely from how much velocity you lose climbing up hills, the bus engine would even be better, because this one has 1.5 times the torque, I think. But the top speed is rather limited, so all in all the V8 engine actually outperforms the bus engine, especially since the bus engine needs I think 70 liters of diesel for 100 kilometer to drive, though the bus has not a transmission built around being fast but around being strong because of the high mass, whilst the cars have more of a transmission built around being speedy. But still, you are way slower with the bus engine than with the Plymouth engine. Oh, and I only have to do 96 kilometers and then that's it. Only negative thing is that yeah, actually the EVA has a lower torque than the V8 engine, but if you have the EVA engine in the EVA truck, then the transmission, which is also not built around speed but around torque, is quite strong. And if you want to go up hills with the truck even faster, just slap some way smaller wheels on it, and then you have even more torque on the road. Bar cars, that's the name for the transporter stuff I was thinking about. I mean, those also have a good transmission, but the engine is not very good. But the combination bar cars with the V8 engine and some bigger tires, that's quite good actually. Especially the flatbed version, because it has a large wheelbase, so you can even slap some bus wheels on it. That doesn't make it necessarily immune to tipping over, but it's actually quite controllable and quite fast. I think the setup makes 250 peak. Ah, there's a sneaky stone again. Yeah. I mean, I also did some uses measurements, like yeah, actually, I think this is the Dacia. Come on. Yep, I've seen a Dacia 1300 in real life, quite close to where I live actually, in an business district that also has, I don't know if it's a workshop, but there are a lot of cars standing around, and there was one, an orange one, and I thought to myself, which idiot puts the fuel tank cap on the rear of the car and then wait a second. I know this rear, and yeah, that it was this Dacia. And of course Beetles quite a lot. Mark 1 Golfs also. I was once sandwiched between two puppies while I was driving. I hated it because two-stroke engines, they smell bad, smell terrible. The exhausts. Oops. Okay, then there are probably not as many Eastern European cars driving around. I don't know if this was the same theory, but in a store, but it's also like, I don't know, 20 years ago, they had a pink car that looked like a Fury, but I have no idea if it was one. But it could very well have been one. What else? I don't know about the Ladas. Never seen an EVA truck or Barkers or Wartburg or anything like that. And the buses, I don't even know. Well, I suppose they are based on some real buses, but they have the tendency to look kind of the same. So and about a Skoda, I don't know. Oops. Oh shit. 80 kilometers left. Last one. I have a feeling that I will dream from mountains this night. Not in a positive way. I guess like which one is more spawning? I'd say the bunnies, definitely. Because the buses you can't predict. Like if there's a bridge building, there's a chance that a bus will spawn right in front of your nose. And if there's a bus station and a small gas station. The bunnies, they just spawn random. And even more annoying, while off-roading, if a big rock spawns directly in front of my nose. Because not only do they spawn random with no pattern, but also there's like they are not supposed to spawn this close or even inside the car. But they are only a problem while off-roading. But bunnies are the most annoying. Definitely. Give me the 90 degrees bug, give me the 90 degrees bug. Okay. And again a sneaky stone. But no major crash. But I also had it that the diners have an issue that one of the gas station parts are generated on the road. And if a diner is generated on top of a hill and you're driving uphill, you might drive in said gas station part. And that's also an error in the generation of the structure. Because they are not supposed to spawn this. Weird. And in my opinion, roads this steep also are not supposed to be generated. Now the roof of this mansion just looked like a bus depot, which can be generated in mod. And then I was wondering, I don't even have the Modloader installed, what's going on here? At least I think we are out of the mountain biome. Basically because since the engine is not turning at a high speed, the generator won't probably not spin sufficiently to keep the lights on. I don't know. I'm not a mechanic, but I think this might be the cause. Oh shit. Okay, only 60 to go. Again uphill? I was ordering planes, not hills. And only 50 to go. That means we are a bit over 6 hours of driving for 1000 kilometers, which would only be about an hour more than the world record, while we still have to manage food and water. Of course, we don't have the preparing phase, which takes a lot of time. We don't have to get any fuel. Theoretically, I mean, we stopped at 2 diners for more or less nothing, actually. A bit of fuel. And we didn't have to look out for new tires like we had to do in the speed run. But still, it's a nice time for these conditions. And only 40 remaining. Whoops, there's a stone. Okay, but I don't know if I'm still here in 10 minutes, if everything goes right, so if not, have a great day. Ready to go. $25. $20 left. Whoops. Oops. Only 10. Okay, 9 left. Huh. And now we also need oil. Perfect timing. Everything is empty. No, perfect timing. Did we lose something? I will sim a bit. No one has seen this. Wait, am I stupid? There's a light. Okay, it's still there. But I really don't want to drive without the hood. So we'll wait until it's a little brighter and search for it. Oh god, we have... That's a part. Oh, come on. That's a part. Okay, this video gets annoying with there is something. Perfect, it's the part we are missing. Okay, we still have the oil, the empty one, and the water. Do we also still have the other gauge? I mean, this part is anyway not too important. The radio, though, was kind of important, in some sense. Guess we have to find a new gauge and a new radio then. Okay, maybe something is near. Then I will have a look for a radio. I don't think I will find a correct gauge soon. At least it wasn't a fatal crash or a heavy crash. There's a gas station, but I think this will not spawn a complete vehicle with a radio. Nope. There was something up there. I mean, at least we have not lost the fuel or the oil. Okay, we have 1000 kilometers done today, and I'll just have a little peek. I mean, driving off the next stream without having a radio. There's a building, and usually there's a vehicle spawning. And if you're ridiculously lucky, it's a Golf. Oh, that's the exhaust. Just thought what's sticking around on the car. Two trailers, no luck for me today.
The others will kill
Oh.
you. Just stop.
At least a new bug snake. Nothing. But then that's still a good location to stop. To stop, refill everything, and think about what we have done wrong in our life. Does not need any refilling. Okay. And that's it then. I do actually make a screenshot. Keys. Okay. Okay, back, save. 1625 kilometers. Yeah, easy peasy. 1000 more in 6.5 hours. So a good hour more than with speedrunning quality. But yeah. Okay. Then I call it a day. Thanks for watching and communicating. And yeah. Tomorrow there will be no stream. And the day after also no stream. And that day after probably also not. But yeah. I hope it will be not too long till I have another stream. Okay. Well then,